Okie dokie. I am. I think now if I should do a face cam. I think I'll do face cam. Activate that. Oh boy, that's not right. Fix that real quick. There we go. Stick myself in the middle. Also, I'm going to be streaming a bit longer, so let's just change this up real quick. Let's remove that for now. Not entirely sure when I'm going to end. Not sure how long it's going to go. Yeah. So, I think a quick recap of what I've been working on is probably a good place to start. Make sure everything's good, stream healthy. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Sorry, checking a few things. So, recap. Let's start with a recap with what I did off stream. Hide all these layers here. Now, first thing you might notice is that there's a hole in the floor. I do need to fix all this again. However, what I was doing off stream is working on the textures. Just doing it in Critter. Doing it by hand, so-called. Technically, I suppose it's technically hand painted, if you want to use that category of textures. Yeah, so been working on the textures. Look at the nice pixel look to it. I did change the color here, so I do need to re-import that color map. Main thing I was focusing on is added carpeting. So this looks a little bit more comfortable and cozy. And the bathrooms here, so they look a bit more, I don't know, clean and clinical with the white, grey. Then the big thing was adding this extra texture variant for the engineering section of the spaceship, with then also this extra piping mesh that can go underneath. So you got this appearance of some pipes flying around the ship through the engineering bay, all coming from this reactor. Then have some extra pipes here on the top. But yeah, so that's, I think, probably the most noticeable thing of what I did. Give me a second here. There we go. What was I talking about? New world record for getting distracted. Yeah, so that's probably the most noticeable thing. What has changed since the previous stream of the textures. I do think I worked on some modeling as well. I'm not sure. I think it was pretty much all texture work that I was working on. Adding the carpet, redoing a lot of this, adding height maps and maps like the metallic map and roughness map and all that stuff. Not height maps, normal maps. I think that's probably actually all I did since I started working on the elevators as well, so they've also got them's textures. We do have, see here what else I did change this up over here, getting rid of the round walls. They're a little messy. For here, I'm still going to keep the round walls. I do need to redo the UVs on that. For the back too, I'm going to keep the round walls. But for the living quarters area, so I'll streamline that. And assign some textures here. I see that. Or above that, anything here? No, same thing. Remove the round walls. I'm playing around with what to put here. My first thought was maybe sort of a commissary on both sides, kind of like a tiny little strip mall. I'm not sure if that really makes sense for a space station or spaceship. I do have up here the sort of food court. What do you call this? This is where the people, the crew would eat. So I might remove this whole strip here. I'm not sure. I don't think. I think that's it. Yeah, clean some things up. Added some extra pillars on corners. We don't have that. Those gaps there. That might be it. Okay, which takes us back to what are we going to be doing today, which I'm not sure yet. Need to do a quick little review of what we have here. AGI. The last stream, and the last bit of assets I was adding, were the plants, coffee tables, adding those things in, and yeah, I got a little flower there, adding those in to add a little interest. Then I think I worked on these, which is your shower cubicles. I'm going to add a screen, which can close so you're not fully exposed. It's kind of taking a little bit of inspiration from the Starfield bathrooms, where the shower has like a sink and a toilet in it. That's what this is. In the bathrooms, washrooms. No idea what to do here. Initially, these were also extra bathrooms, but I decided this probably makes a bit more sense to have it all on one side, and having that extra space felt better when playing around, running around. I'm not sure what to do next, actually. Might go up to the next floor. Floor 3. Let's see what we have here. Floor 3. Okay, so we have the storage space here, so this will be fairly easy because we can just do a bunch of crate variations. I've already got some crates, but I'll add some bigger ones. Maybe do some stacks. You got these airlocks over here. Maybe do a bit of a maze. Try and lead the player around. That's that yet. Do you need to fix some doors? So let's start simple with that. See, some of these are missing door controls. Where's that hiding? There we go. Bring that back out in front again. So you can start real simple. Just cleaning things up a bit. Let me see here. Okay, very good. Actually, that's fine. Yeah. Now I'm thinking of it. Play test here and see how that looks inside. And actually notice that I was cutting off the part of the door. Ever should be fine because the doors open automatically, close automatically when you change floors. There we go. Industrial look. Go to the more comfortable living space. In fact, now I think about it, maybe that should be the main task, is picking some of these textures. We're going to go down all to the lowest level. I will use both of these. And then start replacing all these textures with the correct ones. And I'm using trim sheets, so it's very easy for me to quickly switch out the textures. So let's do that. Select, actually, let's try this. Hide everything and then show the floor. There we go. Why is you on the floor? What are you? What are you attached to? Elevator, so we'll have that as a separate. There you go. Top view. Make things easier. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, and then I selected something that doesn't. Oh, it's still selected. Something else selected that can't. There we go. Okay. I reorganized stuff. Now I have no idea what anything is. Here we go. Basic. There we go. Engineering. Perfect. That looks nice and clean again. I might redo a lot of that as I add some of those grated floor panels in. Next, let's go do this as well. We have this whole lower deck up to the bridge, which is here. I'm going to have the whole lower deck using these panels, the engineering, or rather engineering texture for the floor panels. And the walls, but we'll do that separately. Let me just hide this floor. Not sure what that is. Oh, that's the stairs. I should probably open my chat. Usually a good move. Okay. Oh, right. The thing is, I wasn't going to change this. Let's go on this view. There we go. Find that. Open this. I'm going to do the same here, actually. Floors, 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 floors. There we go. Floors. Let's clean. All this way. Actually, the little ones there at the end are going to be a little bit of a pain. Select all that, then like that. There we go. Give your opinion and see how this looks. Okay. Next, hide everything again and do the walls. Now, I think it should be safe to change all the walls. The way I have the walls is that they have two sides, obviously, but both sides has its own material element. That way, I can have, if there's a one type of room on one side of the wall, then I can make sure I have two different styles. But I don't think I need to worry about any of that down here. I think I can just change it all, except for when I get to the bridge that's on the floor 2 or floor 1. Go back here. Top. Select it all. Make both of these engineering. Back down here. Mario, how's it going? It's going well. Um, well, it's going. Let's not lie about it. But it's going. What's in here? Oh, right, that's where the skateboards are. Yeah, just working on some texturing. Game's coming along well. As soon as I select, or as soon as I change up all of these textures here, I can give you a quick overview of how things currently look. Yeah, got all that selected. Go up here. Then all that. Yeah, that should be right. Ooh, something selected I shouldn't have. Apply this to everything. Ah, there you go. Back to perspective. Yeah, I think quickly show you how everything looks at the moment. So off stream, I've been working on the textures. They probably still need a bit of work, but for the engineering, let's say floors and rooms, I've got for this bit more industrial metal plating look, which you see here. And I'm going to do a bit more changes to it. You can see, I added carpet here on some of the more living spaces. You've got carpets to the main halls and the rooms. I decided I'll leave the rooms say blank, for lack of a better term, because then I can add actual like a personalized carpet. Someone's got like a rug they want to put on here, as opposed to the carpeted flooring. But what I'm going to do on these lower floors next is what I've done here, where I've got some of these grated flooring panels with the piping beneath it. Just add a bit more interest to the environment. Got these grates that travel along here. Got these turns. Got some on the wall too. Going in here to the reactors. Yeah, that's what I've been working on. And the nice thing is that I'm using trim sheets, and it's a little scuffed because I don't have a lot of experience with it. But I'm using trim sheets, but I'm not. Actually, I'm using a trim sheet. Alt 2. Is that a screenshot? I don't know. Where do you want the screenshot? Up here? Curious about the polys. Oh, by Alt 2. Let me just show you Alt plus 2, not Alt 2. I'm an idiot. I hit F2 for some reason. I'll probably clean up some of the polys, but as you can see, the floors. And let me. There's so much happening. I don't know if you can actually see anything. Show floor 2. Try and isolate the floor here. You can get a better look. There you go. Yeah, so it's fairly low poly. Floors are all panel segments. They're going for that retro look. I can probably refine some of it even further. Currently, I've got a bit of extra geometry just to use as a guide for when I'm doing texturing, but for the most part, it's probably not going to. This is all the resolution I'm working with. The pipes are probably the highest resolution, but there's no way really around that. Yeah, well, what was I saying? Right, the good thing about the trim sheets that I'm using, or the cool thing about the fact that I'm doing a very low-res texture, so you got that pixelated look. One benefit of doing that is that my trim sheet material is exactly that. It is just a material. I'm not using a bunch of different trim sheets that I'm interchanging. I'm just using one big, 2K texture, and that has got all my trim sheet variants. So you can see I've got a bunch of little extra spots here for the different styles, which I can then swap out. And I've still got all this space over here for different shapes and variants I can use. So currently, this is just sort of a bit of a redundancy the way I set it up, but I've got all this space here for still some extra shapes. I've got some long ones down here. But yeah, so all that I'm doing then is I'm just shifting the UVs over. So for each material, trim sheets, yeah. So each material instance, I'm just switching over the UVs. So I've got a parameter here, and that's just going to shift it over across the width of the thing, the width of the texture. And it's also hand painted. It's all hand done in Critter. So I can just hop in there, just adjust the colors. Got the layers set up neatly, so I can quickly change the colors, swap things out if I need to. I'm probably going to change out this blue. It doesn't really fit. But yeah, so that's what I've been working on. Currently, what did I say I was doing? Right, currently I'm just Mr. Something there. Currently I'm just updating the flooring here. To make everything look nice and snazzy. How have you been? What have you been up to? Ooh, that's fun. You were working on the Phasmophobia-like game, correct? The previous game was Phasmophobia-ish, wasn't it? Like a puzzle horror game. If someone else was working on a Phasmophobia game, yeah, but I remember, yeah, horror puzzle game. Right. It was the first one you made was what, like an asylum or something. Multiple endings is cool. I want to have my graded scoring. I think maybe running through here. This is where I gotta redo a lot of stuff. So I've got these big chunks to try and be efficient. I'm gonna cut it all out now to put in the grating. Okay. Then combined it with two different exits for more endings. Ooh. I'm trying to think of how to handle different endings. I imagine it can be it's one of those things that can be very simple, but also all very complicated. Because you could do like what you're doing, where you kind of just have a bunch of variables that are checked right at the end, and then there's your ending. I guess in most instances, that's probably how it would work. I think. Try not to overcomplicate it. Just ending cutscene, similar to partial ending. Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking like if you're doing an ending cutscene, that'll probably be a fairly straightforward way of handling it. Just check the variables. But I think if you got like a gameplay based ending, I don't know what's the terrible saying of "there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat." No idea why that's a saying. I'm trying to think of how I might forego having the grating here purely because it's complicated. No, I'm trying to make that work. I do think I will have the grating down this whole way though. Going to going to mean I need to do okay, that will keep. We'll need to get rid of. Need to get rid of. Need to get rid of that. Have them along the side here. I haven't really. Mostly because it's a story game, or it's a story focused game, so I haven't shared too much of it on stream. Basic premises that you're on a science vessel, your exploratory vessel. Then on one of the planets, the crew members pick up a eldritch artifact. So there's a bit of cosmic horror, Cthulhu kind of stuff in there. Pick up an eldritch artifact that ends up driving the crew insane. And then you, as a maintenance droid, who's then immune to the influences of the artifact, need to try and save the crew. I'm not a big horror fan, which is I know it's kind of weird because I'm making technically a horror game. But I do just love. I like the cosmic horror. Like when I like horror, I like that cosmic horror, the eldritch stuff, just unknowable stuff. Like not like the gruesome horror. I don't like the gruesome horror, but I do like that the madness, insanity, just strangeness of cosmic horror. So yeah, that is going to hide walls. No props. There you go. So yeah, so that's the basic story. I'm not gonna, like I said, I don't want to give away too many other events because that's the kind of the whole point of playing the game is experience that. Eternal darkness. Cool. Sanity stuff is fun to play with. Um, Eternal darkness sounds familiar. Can't think of exactly what it is now. Hold on. 2002. Okay, that's probably why I don't know much of it. Eternal Darkness, Sanity Requiem, Requiem, Requiem. One of the best Lovecraftian horror games for the GameCube. Developed by Silicon Knights, published by Nintendo for the GameCube, it was produced and directed by Dennis Dyack. The game follows the story of several characters across a period of 2 millennia and 4 different locations on Earth as they contend with ancient evil who seeks to enslave humanity. The gameplay distinguishes itself with unique sanity effects, visuals, and audio effects that confuse the player and often break the fourth wall. I wanted to do a sanity thing, but I feel if you want to do sanity really well, um, the way I would have approached sanity is by having the environment change. And I do realize that having effectively 2 environments, or maybe even more, variants of the game, would be a massive added workload. So I said I'll make the player character a maintenance droid, which kind of then explains why you as a player are not affected by the madness, um, and it kind of gives me escape to not have to worry about that essentially. But I do like the idea of madness, and I would had I had funding, which would ultimately translate to more time. I would have loved to add a bit of an insanity um, mechanic to the game. The idea that you get too close to something, it's going to affect you. Just the time getting the emulator. The sanity is cool because it breaks the fourth wall. Ooh. So you kind of go insane with the character. Yeah, I've environment changed my game like never ending walls. Yeah, I would try to do something like switch out the materials to like make the walls look like they're melting, or kind of add like a bit of a psychedelic effects. Some of the stuff you can get away with doing post process, but I do think you need to make some physical changes to the environment to really sell it. But yeah, like changing hallways, that kind of like the PT, like never ending hallways is a fun concept. It's a little overdone, I think, but it's still. I think if it handled well, it's still got that panic. It's got that dream thing of where it's different, but I think it's got the same effect of where you're in a dream and you're trying to run, but you're going really slowly. Kind of the same thing with this never-ending hallway that just extends forever. Um, where like it's the same thing where it doesn't matter how far you go or how hard you try, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, yeah. I think you need to have that whole package of post-processing effects of environment changes. You need to bend the world around you to try and, or around the play at the very least, to try and get a good effect there. Not sure how these two got changed. That's cool. I have asked. You don't have a Steam page for the game yet. I think you shared the Steam page for your previous game, or your first game. Yeah, hopefully I'm not mixing people up now. But yeah, not yet. But you do have your previous game. I remember you sending a link. Uh, Boy, will I expose anything? Let me just check. I think library. Review a game. Serene Asylum. That was your first one. Yeah, so I've got that there. Cool. Got to build up the collection a bit, and then maybe one of these days do a little playthrough of a bunch of viewer games. Which I think that's what I talked about last time. Next, I need to add in the piping, which is somewhere. There we go. Usually, I'm a bit more. Usually, I've got a bit of usually, I don't talk much better. Usually, got a bit of a better memory. A lot have been happening lately, so a little scatterbrained. Is that going to stick through? That might place these two with. No, that's fine. Surprisingly, I still get a lot done. I'm just apologizing. In essence, I'm apologizing for the fact that I don't remember what we talked about last time. I think that's a very good viewer engagement from my part. Distraction is fine. I love these piping. It's something about having. It's such a great way to add depth to an otherwise flat environment, I think. Functionally, this is all still flat. But just adding that visual depth, I think, really helps bring a bit more life to a room. Not as, I mean, when if you've got like two people in your chat, then it should be easy. Well, three people, since there's you, there's another guy who's making the Phasmophobia like game, and then Sky, which you've been in chat at the same time. He'll probably be here eventually. He's a pretty consistent viewer. He's making an action RPG / RTS game, which is pretty cool. A lot of cool ideas. I mean, the Phasmophobia one is I'm curious to see exactly how what the guy's spin is on the game. But I like the idea of playing with sort of sanity, and then the RTS is fairly unique, kind of like a Bannerlords type idea. Used to stream, so I get it. Yeah. One of my biggest regrets is that I didn't keep streaming. Yeah, you've been subscribed or not subscribed. You've been following for a while, but only started streaming again like a month ago. Kind of regret that I wasn't streaming the whole time. Trying to think of where I want more of these panels. I do think that besides the distractions of talking to someone or trying to engage with chat, I do find that it's a bit more productive in a way because there's a accountability. if I'm just here in my room, just working on my own, then I can very easily get distracted by my phone or something of that sort. But when I'm streaming, then there's that accountability of someone's watching me. I need to be productive. I need to at least pretend to work. You can't be on a stream and just get zoned out on your phone. It's besides the distraction of the stream, it's also just very rude. But then the benefit is it keeps me focused on the game. Wondering. So like having symmetry with this, but there isn't a lot of symmetry in this part of the ship. So we've got stairs over here. We've got this here. We've got this extra little waste storage tank off to the side. I'm trying to think, and I don't just want to go straight lines. I want to have a bit of a curve like I have on the top floor. Like over here, I'm sort of weaving around the space and coming into the middle. BRB, yep. Catch you in a bit. Let me do this. Try and get a bird's eye view. Hide the elevators. Perspective distortion there, but that's fine. Itchy nose. Okay. My Huey on tablet needs me to do that, so it actually works, which is a bit annoying. Now that I have this here, facing the camera. I'm quickly gonna watch him. Can't think. I'll be back in a jiffy. Where was I? Right. Quick screenshot. Going to try and sketch out. Ooh, some ideas. There's an easy way to do this. No, it's not. It might be. Well, whatever. I've got a door here, so I don't want the grating to go underneath the door, which does kind of mean that I got to squeeze things in a bit more. Could go on the outside, then it's going underneath the ramp, and I don't want that under the ramp. The implication is that if you try to transport something of some weight, you don't want that weight on something that is less sturdy. The solution might be to have something down the middle. And then split over here. And then I'm going to have... I mean, also I should consider visuals as well and not just focus on what I think is practical. I can use the same material on the walls though, so I could add those grates on the wall. I have the piping coming down the walls to add a bit more depth and interest in the design. That's always an option. I don't think it's going to work well on this. Might be able to manage it here. I could also just do something like this where, let's see. Something where it comes around like that, maybe. It doesn't have to go through the whole. It doesn't have to go through the entire area. I suppose I could do something similar here. But that door really kind of messes with my space. Well, okay, I think what I'm going to do, what I'm going to try, is here, since I can make a, I can use this wall here, add the grate there as well, come around like this. Could be interesting, we'll see. Because I don't have... Yeah, so that's... Never mind, that's gonna show through in the back. So I'll need to go wider. Let's just do that bit then. We'll start there and then we'll worry about the rest. If I even want to do the rest. Or if I feel it's necessary. Not there. That space, that space. Keep this open. That one down. So I just need to strip for there, and then where do we need to go? Yeah, okay. Any singles around here? I do have these. Grab these and pull them over. Okay. And now, actually, go on those corners as well. There you go. Yeah, no, I think that's good. I think that's a good little addition. 1 and 2, okay. Grab this from here, duplicate that as well. Oh, there we go. Shouldn't be an issue, but there's no need to have that extra geometry there. And there we go. I think that looks good. I might remove this middle one here. No, I think I'm going to keep that. This is just if you want to imagine a track coming up here, through here, you might want to have that reinforced. But I think since it's just one strip, that'll be fine, as opposed to if you sort of half on traveling across it like this. That should be good. I'm trying to think now if add a grate right here in front of the airlock. Kind of picturing it as sort of a drainage, even though that isn't the purpose of it. It might still give that sort of visual sense. We'll see about that. Can stick something here. On the stairs, maybe. Have it travel across there. So then we're 2 away. So if we 2 away here, it's right by the door. I just don't think that's going to look good having half a, which is why I've been doing these here on the side. Well, speaking of that, then that drainage thing, I can probably do that here. That would be a good place to do it. Having a grating right in front of these valves. Two big chunks over there I'm using. Do I have single or not singles? Quads anyway? Maybe got a quad. That's the wrong floor, wrong level. Quad, 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 quad. The single anyway? Probably not. Oh, there we go. We do have a single. Perfect. Yeah, so I just realized I probably have all these pipes here. Make sure I add them to the correct floor 1, or the correct folder. Yeah, floor 1. Try and keep things neat and tidy as I work. Texture, trim sheet on. Perfect. Yep, that makes sense. I think seems like a reasonable place to put that. It is off center, which is a bit odd, but it does make sense with the props here, these tanks. And yeah, I think I'm going to do one here as well, right in front of the airlock. Grab that strip. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll then. Then we're just going to duplicate this one more time to fill in that last row. There we go. Then and that a bit better. There we go. And just the pipes. Pipes. I like that. See those look a bit in game. The lighting. I think I might actually change up those. Might change up the sides, cover them. Have the grid holes here. That. I'll set this back to. Just, I don't know why, but that feels better to me. Okay. I think all I want to do here is this section. Okay, this will be nice and easy. All I'm going to do here is just grab all of this and then just drag it over as I need to. think it probably needs to be a bit longer, but that's fine. It's a good starting point. We can do this smarter. Hide this, and then we'll just show the floor. There we go. Ooh, I'm missing something there. Good to know. There we go. Alt drag, and we'll duplicate all of that. Why didn't the pipes come through? Did I put them in the wrong folder? Okay, so we just need to extend that by 1. I think I put the pipes in the wrong folder. I think I put them in walls accidentally. Yeah, put them in walls. Stupid. Floors, there we go. And let's just show everything again so I can get a better sense of what things look like. No. There we go. These two. These up. Then those pipes forward and then place them so we're not using extra geometry. There we go. Now you've got nice coherency between consistency between the front and the back maintenance hall. Oh, and these walls. Beats side. There you go. Industrial on the one side, engineering on the one side, and then not on the other side. I think I'm happy with the bridge for the moment. I think I'm happy with this level or this floor for the moment as well. Go up to the next floor. As you can see, we've got the carpeting, just basic tiled floors. The rooms are going to stay tiled in case you want the crew members want to personalize it with a rug or something of that sort. You don't want a rug on top of a carpet. Got the clean light grey here for the bathrooms. The sort of ugly mustard that I'm going to keep as the base for the design and layout. Right, there's something else I wanted to do. I don't think it's actually going to look good. I was thinking of creating pathing. What I could do, and I'm thinking about it, so I could create things. See, my brain is working at 100% today. Blend mode, material domain, decals. There we go. What I could do is create decals like scuff marks and sort of strategically put them around to kind of give the indication of a commonly used path. That's the reason I've got the ramps here. The intention is that there's supposed to be a place where this is the hangar. So I can imagine a lot of things when places docked, spaceships docked. A lot of things will be coming through here. Also, you've got then the waste management. So a lot of things will be coming out of here. So people with dollies and trolleys and stuff are probably going to be moving around here quite a bit. So then having those scuff marks and kind of sell that idea, do a little bit of environmental storytelling with that. And the same would probably happen up here with the storage. We'd have scuff marks from things coming in through the airlocks and then being stored around. Speaking of which, I think it might not be a bad idea to move up to the 3rd floor. Storage should be fairly easy because I do have crates. I just need to make maybe 1 or 2 more variants of crates. I'm trying to think now if I do want to keep the industrial look. For this bit at least, I need to keep the industrial look, or I want to keep the industrial look that we have on the lower levels. Wondering if I should keep that for storage. Probably. I can go in here and then split it, have this industrial, and then just have this carpeted again. Carpeted floor. Actually, no. This probably shouldn't be carpet, because if you've got storage here, then that means you're probably going to have a lot of transport out in this hallway. Then having carpets and a dolly won't make much sense. So I'll restrain from carpet until I get to this over here, which is then going to be in the living quarters section again. Okay, well, with that thought through, let me start setting this up again. Quick look at something though on the stream. Use my momentary distraction. Okay, we're good. And we're back. Yes, let's do what we did previously. Hide the other stuff. Just grab the floors. Actually, let me quickly grab the walls as well, just so I know where. Grab the walls so I know at which point I need to cut off. I think I'll grab to this point. Just grab everything there. Then I'll refine it by those rooms. Up, down. Grab all that. Hide that. Yeah. Hide that, that, and that. There we go. I shouldn't need to be grabbing anything that I don't mean to. That's the wrong thing. Do this strategically. Apparently not with the amount of struggling I'm doing. Yeah, let's just do it the way I was thinking initially instead of trying to be. I'll just grab everything there. Transfer all that and then refine it. You get to see my brain not work in real time. Excuse me. Did I accidentally not select everything? What selector that shouldn't be? Now, before I refine things, actually, I'm going to add in those gratings, because I'm going to have to be removing some of these full panels anyway once I do that. So let's do that first. I think this is an optimal place to have it, or a good place to have it. I've got a nice 3 here, so I can then do a pivot and then go out here into the storage bay. So let's do. There we go. Yeah, I think anyone would be losing quite a few here. What is this room? Is it just a generic engineering room? I'm going to hold out and do anything in here until I've actually figured out what I'm doing with this room. This is, I think this is sort of a maintenance, not the maintenance room, this is like the maintenance room, so the maintenance of all technology, of all systems. Um, Workshop, that's what I was thinking of. So this is the maintenance workshop. So I want to wait and put down some props and stuff before I start figuring out the floor. But here, I've got a good idea of what I want. Delete that as well. Can do that for now. Is it gonna work, or do I need to shuffle this up? Yeah, I'll shuffle this up. Actually, I don't think I wanted to continue on through into the storage room. So I'm just gonna end it there, terminate it against that wall. Got a few lurkers there. This is a lurk-friendly stream, so feel free to continue lurking, but if you're so inclined, feel free to introduce yourself as well. I'm kind of in a bit of a zone, so I'd rather there's a bit of less talking, moments of silence, which is a nice thing about having a camera. When I don't have the camera and I kind of zone out into the work, I imagine it'd be very deceptive for someone new hopping in terms of like whether there's actually someone there, or whether there's a mic or anything. I don't know, but personally, I don't enjoy streams that don't have tapping. I don't enjoy streams where there isn't commentary. That's the word I was looking for, commentary. And so the best thing I can do is try and create the kind of stream that I watch. So I do try and keep a bit of commentary running. Yeah, please. There we go. Hey. Mm. No, I'll look at it. Not a fan. Mainly is just I don't know. This little stub here. Don't quite like that. I like this. I don't mind this, but this stub here just doesn't feel right. So I might leave this room empty with the grating and just focus on having the grating in this area. Then sort of end cap these 2 points. And then when I figure out this room, I'll worry about continuing through here. Now that I think about it. Yeah, that's passing all the way through. That's pretty good. A nice clean transition, and then it end caps here. So I think I'm going to do that. I didn't do that. I'll end cap here, and then have that prepped for whatever comes next. So we'll get rid of all of these. Need that as well. Make these half. Couldn't find it. Where are we? Can you put Family Guy moment completions 18 in the corner? Yeah. I'll just have a massively unoptimized GIF and just stick that in there. Just absolutely tanks the quality of the stream to try and compress it all into a GIF. We'll just have the one scene of where he hurt his knee on loop. That have that. I don't know if that came through on the mic. That might have sounded weird. Have that and repeat. The little subway runner. Just every corner is just some other random video used for viewer retention. Very cool. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah. Yeah, the knee scene. When you watch a funny animal compilation, and you like see the same scene like 3 times in it. Well, funny Family Guy moments in the one in the right bottom right corner. Animal fails in the left corner. Then top right corner we can have Subway Runner, and in the top left corner we'll have the actual stream. Just sort of squash into the up there. What's happening here? Like, minus this space a bit? No. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. We'll just leave that there then. And I don't think I want any grating in the storage, because that could be a little... Oops. I think I also need like a buzzer, just every 10 seconds, just for myself, in case I zone out and go quiet. Gonna be like J. Jonah Jameson from the Spider-Man when he's got the buzz on his desk. Remind him to take his pills. Just like the whole like desk shakes and the camera goes like falls off. I need to get rid of that emote. Like it's this over here. It's on my starting soon screen. It's this bouncing Yeti head, but it's too small. The detail doesn't come through on it. I really like the way it looks here, though. The animation looks good. A bouncing Yeti or Bigfoot, which probably makes a bit more sense as a mascot. I think I've actually got it. What do I have it in here? Got called Sasquatch, the file. I like the design, but it looks too small as a emote. Hey, Sky, welcome. Good to have you dropping by. I've been working on textures. Now, next I need to change up this as well. This is the brig, so I want to keep that. I want to make sure that has the engineering floor. Then the rest of this area should have the regular flooring. Just had a buffet for lunch today. Gonna have food coming out. Nice. How'd you have a buffet? You're an event or something? Think of it. I haven't had a buffet in age. No, that's a lie. I had a buffet like 2 weeks ago when I was at a wedding. Yeah, that looked good. I think. So, two storage rooms, the maintenance workshop, computer room, brig, armory. Maybe I should make the brig. Also, make it the security armory. Now leave it like that. Now just the walls. Let's do that real quick. Ooh, yeah. We'll hide this. Grab the grab the piping here and throw that into floor. Floor. There we go. Okay. You're 1 week behind. Better get on that. Those weeks can catch up pretty fast. I'm like 3 years behind. Project management is I don't think it's something I should be putting. I should put on my resume as a skill. That looks right. What else did I select here? Fill something. Oh, that's everything. Where's the? Oh, it's this. There we go. No, 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 it wasn't. What have I selected that's wrong? Engineering walls. Oh, there's something. No. Yeah. Yeah. Walls, walls, walls. Walls, walls. Walls. Walls, walls. 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 Wall, wall, wall. Wall, wall. Wall, wall. Okay. Do that. Okay, there you go. Well, now it showed up. Oh, no, wait. That doesn't make sense. You try and make things faster or for myself and just make it take longer. So I struggle bust through it. There we go. Place this one over here. Two of these smaller ones. And be both. And this will just be the one side. So this is engineering, and then nice and clean on this side. Perfect. Pro game dev. Fixed it. Probably should drink more tea and eat less food so I don't feel sleepy all the time. I don't know. For some reason that makes me think of I don't remember what it was. Like it was like a BuzzFeed thing or something of that sorts, but probably wasn't BuzzFeed. It was too funny. Um, there's like a list of like ways to like feel refreshed and awake, and it starts with like normal things like drink some coffee or drink have a ice cold glass of water, and then like at the bottom of the list is like murder someone. Metafelony. You'll never feel more awake. Side. There we go. Ooh. Want to feel alive, and someone else's. Oh, tedious, just a little back and forth at this point. I think you should also be younger as well. It's just my opinion that I should be younger. Why do I have this like this inefficient use of matches? Just my personal opinion that I should actually be younger than I am. I'm too old to be. I'm too young to be this old. Keep me on the wrong side. Yep, thought so. That one up as well. So how's your day been, other than your buffet, your buffet? I'll grab this. Sneak that in there. Made some small progress. That's good. Well, I mean, big progress is better, but making progress is good. Time to lock in then. 8 hour dev session. I might. We'll do a marathon stream here. We stop streaming once I hit 100 subscribers. Easy push. On the game one. Oh yeah. Sky's been working on the game for about what 5 years now. $16 per day schedule. What's needed in every healthy society? 16-hour workdays. If you don't want to be dead at the end of the day, you didn't work hard enough. If you've still got life in you by the end of your workday, you didn't work hard enough. Oh, I do realize I do have like the positive vibes, good vibes tag in my stream. I don't know if that's a good vibe joke. It's funny. I think it's funny. Husk mode. Speedrunning sanity. And I think we should let you get away with that excuse. I do feel that though. Although today I'm feeling pretty good today. Feeling feeling focused, moisturized in my lane. I wasn't this morning, but I am now, which is good. Oopsies. Okay, okay. Before I get actually, I'll say before I let this carry on for too long, but I think this is good. Anyway, start adding props. I'm going to start with these storage rooms, like I said. I think they'll be easiest. But first, I want to make some new meshes. Where's our prop file? Spatial parts. No, that's just this. Recent props. Where's the crate? Let's duplicate that. Crate. No, just gonna make a new thing. Make like a container of sorts. Large props. Add. This is where the exciting stuff happens. This is where I make boxes. We thought randomly placing or meticulously placing materials around the map was exciting. Now you're really gonna see what game dev's all about. 128 plus 60 centimeters. High octane game development. At least I fixed a minor bug that caused my old item upgrade system not working. Turns out I just couldn't code with fragmented time during PhD. Nice. I definitely did that a few times. Effectively remaking the same code over and over again. And wondering why it's not working, because it's all fighting each other. Call this crate large. File, export, props, no, wait, large props, prop underscore crate large underscore static mesh. This is where you know I'm really losing it, is when my commentary literally just is everything I'm doing. Right click, left click, scroll. Now I can code systems one by one. Yeah. Being actually being able to give your project the time it needs, the focus it needs, definitely makes things much faster and smoother. When you start like jumping between different projects, that's when it gets start making mistakes or just different tasks. You want to snuck on me a bit? Let's see what's the scale of this like. Yep. Got some clearance on the top. I'm wondering if I should keep this round room. I do feel it's going to get a little awkward when I try and efficiently stack things in here. So I might actually scrap that and make this a square space. No, how do you want to stagger this? You do this kind of thing. But it feels like a very inefficient use of space. Probably because it is. Still, we're gonna delete that. Very yawny at the moment. Sure how big I'm gonna make it though. I need to move that because I don't like that. Actually, no, that clipping's fine. Never mind. You're gonna delete that though. The intersection's fine, rather. Okay. So, therefore, there is. Thinking wall starts here. To use modular assets. Yeah. I try to use as many modular assets as I can. So I've got this pillars, doors. Well, actually, no, doors aren't that modular. But yeah, the walls and floors and pillars and things like that, I suppose, would count as modular. We want to try and make the assets as reusable as possible. Minimum project memory usage. There we go. Also, I reused some stuff, like with the like this over here, where I've got these workstations, and then there's these random real objects. So I reuse a bunch of stuff like that and try and create like a console, shared console thing, which is much easier to do when you're using a fairly low poly, low res textures, low poly meshes and low res textures. You can just kind of push things together and create something new. It gets a little more complicated when you're doing something that is using more high res and organic shapes. got an asset painter. Are you saying in Unity you need a plugin to do that with other things? You can just use like the foliage system within UE to do that, just instance meshes. So I can paint any assets anywhere. Yeah. Well, even I think even UE4, like if I'm using the foliage system here, you'd go add foliage, then you create a new static mesh foliage, which then you just select a existing mesh. Then you can use your. I don't know, it's going to show me if I don't have anything. Then you just have like a big paintbrush and you can just paint things everywhere. I'm actually surprised that isn't a built-in thing with Unity. We don't need for this anymore. Oh, little corner. There you go. Okay. Let me load the snapping to 32. And place these around in a way that seems logical. You also have some other plugins with also some plugins with Unreal for placing things around, which are fairly useful. Yeah, like the Pro Instance tools. I can actually use that in a few places. So I can do grids and stuff, so it's a bit more controlled. So not just painting things all over the place. Unity has been a dying company for a while. Yeah, they've made a few interesting business choices. Last sort of scandalous thing I heard is when they were there was something to do with they want to try and set the engine up for like gambling, kind of like optimize it for, like slot machines, or not slot machines, but that kind of thing. I think they're trying to break into like the casino market or something of that sort. And then obviously there's a lot of backlash over that. Snapping and alignment, surface snapping. Well, the surface isn't up there, so I mean there is a surface up there, but I'm it's a shame because they do have some features, and obviously there's people that like making games with Unity. It does seem like management has been a little odd in their decisions. I don't care what you're doing, as long as you're not making me pay more. Fair enough. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I'm not actually going to use it. I'm just kind of rates. Ooh, I can use this. Now I think about it, I can use the scatter one for this with the crates. Fair enough. There's enough. But yeah, from what I understand, like all that was also tethered to like new policy or terms of use and things which were upsetting people. I don't pay very much attention to it because I don't use Unity. But I did sort of hear about it because a lot of people were, a lot of devs making an exodus from Unity to Unreal and Godot. On that. I had roommates working for PLA as scientists before. They're not that scary. I mean, there's a lot of companies involved with military stuff. Like, surprisingly so. I mean, with tech companies, you kind of, it's not that weird. Was it Samsung that does targeting systems on tanks and things like that? Like, yeah, I mean, you do, you know, you do you. Makes sense. But then also, like, shoe companies or, like, toothpaste companies and stuff like that just have some weird little finger in the defense spending. Which again, I mean, diversify your market or your products. I think we're going to try and keep about a two block spacing between things for free movement. That's something to do. One was working on MBT, main gun image stabilization stuff. He was not using AI. I would guess his research direction quickly became useless because in less than 1 year CNN will be out. Which is the image stuff, right? Well, most of what you said I'm not familiar with. I like your funny words, Magic Man. See how this feels? Tight here, so I might flip that around. Mm-hmm. I know a guy who worked on fighter conversions during the Cold War. Which is interesting stories. I don't think he ever. I don't know if he ever was ever involved with Lockheed Martin, but he was involved with Boeing. Let's add a little more interest to this. I'll call it a crate, but I'm kind of make it like a container. Ooh, there we go. Insert. Minus 2 centimeters. How's that look? No, okay, that's wrong. I forgot to reset the scale. Flower transforms. Cool. Cool, cool. Yeah, got a little more depth to them now. A little more interesting. Hey, Wally, how you doing? Welcome. Are you the Wally that I think? You're not the Wally that I think. You're a new Wally. Welcome, new Wally. First time chatter. I'm doing well. Noodling around with a little level design. I'm gonna add a few more some smaller crates in here. Okay, well that's not where it should be. What brings you to the stream today? Do that quick market research to try and find out where my source of viewers are. Make this nice and small. Nice snap. Also, thinks. Hey, well, I mean that's every game dev channel. If you're doing well with game dev, you've got like 100 viewers. That's like now you're really winning. I appreciate you hopping in, giving the support. There's a song stuck in my head, and I don't even know if it's a song I'm familiar with. Like, probably heard it in the mall or the gym or something somewhere. You know, not to be coding and having 5 is rare. You meaning that people that don't code tend to have more? Which I suppose makes sense. I mean, if you don't know coding, and I don't know coding, which I'm not doing it, I use blueprints. Suppose if you don't know coding, you see coding, it's like, wow, that's just a lot of letters and stuff. There's not an immediately appealing visual. I think if you're scrolling through, yeah, yeah. I mean, look at this beautiful colors I have here. It's a nice mustard yellow. Who can scroll past that? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that also, if you're charismatic, you can stream something that's fairly boring, but you can keep the audience entertained. But I think it is getting that initial that grab. Beep, 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 beep. Not to say I'm charismatic. I zone out every now and then, just go completely silent. pretty sure is in like the top 10 things of how not to build a stream. Although it's weird because there are people that have fairly big streams and they just have zero like audience engagement. So obviously there's a market for it. I feel it kind of defeats the purpose of streaming. I mean, if you're going to do that, then why not just make videos and post them on YouTube's? The whole point of like the live is to have that engagement, I feel. 5 viewers? I got 5 viewers. It is actually Wally. 5 viewers. At some point it was 6. And it's the most I've had since I started streaming again. Like it's a really good day for me. Usually it's like 2 viewers, and one of them is me. The other one is Sky. Usually if it's 3, I mean one of those is probably Streamlabs. Now that I think of it. Let's go channel. One, two, three. Yeah, one of them. Oh, Stream Elements. One of them Stream Elements. It was 6 at some point. No. We're really popping off. There we go. We got a little shuffle in there. Make things look those natural. Tail looks in game. Yep. Most loyal viewer, Stream Elements. I will say though, when I used to stream, or previously when I streamed like 2 years ago, I had a lot of bots in the viewer list. And while I do get the occasional like bot trying to sell views, I don't have a lot of. Well, I don't have any bots other than Stream Elements in the viewer list, viewer count, which is nice. I don't know when they clean that up or fix that up, but it's nice having a somewhat legitimate sense of how many people are watching. Because like sometimes you have like 7 viewers and you check in there and there's like 4 of the 7 are bots. Oh yeah. Like if you like, it used to be the case that if you were like a beginner streamer, half of your viewers were just bots. Bots care. Right, I was working on these little crates. The mini crates. Some OSHA violations. We're going to stack these crates. Proper support. Or I suppose in my case, some WorkSafe BC violations. Always a good idea to have a random crate in the corner. Out. Actually, we're going to get real dangerous here. We're going to stack crates in the corner. That's a real disaster waiting to happen if someone comes to the door. Turns the wrong way. 6. Oh, we're up. We're climbing. It is actually nice seeing the number go up. Number go up, dopamine go up. Man's playing the meta game. I do find weird that you can be a viewer on your own stream. I feel like they shouldn't count that. I don't even actually have my stream open. I just have the Twitch dashboard open. I think I still count as a viewer, which is a little bit deceptive. You can vote for yourself in an election. Hey, that's true. That is true. That just defeats the whole argument. Can you sub to yourself? You can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure it does. But let me check again. It says 6 at the moment. I go to channel. Go viewers broadcaster 1. Okay. Yeah, no, it counts. Broadcaster counts to the viewers. Really? That's weird. Seems still inconsistent then. Because I count 6 and then I'm number 6. I don't know how Twitch works. The internet's a mystery to me. The internet is dead. Wait, no, good vibes stream. Have good vibes tag. We're not gonna delve into dead internet theory with good vibes. Although it's kind of funny, so I wish there can be good vibes and talk about dead internet theory, I suppose. 8? Oh no, now you're lying. So I still see 6. There may be a delay though. Is there anyone on YouTube? No, no YouTube. 8 for me. Oh wow. Which, by the way, for any of you who do prefer watching streams on YouTube, which I don't know if anyone does, I am streaming to YouTube as well. Do something interesting. Dance, monkey, dance. um, what I might be doing at some point, and by some point I mean probably tomorrow, is I might try and do some game streams, like gameplay streams, because that you do get a bit more viewers from games than other stuff. So if I spend the weekends doing some gameplay streams, could maybe alter up the not subscribers, but the followers, and then reserve the week for my game dev. What do you guys think about that as a strategy? Head waxing stream. I need to shave my hair again. Let's see, it's getting a little long. So I'll shave my hair the weekend, and then Monday we'll do head waxing stream. That I'll shave it clean, and then we'll just like not like wax hair removal, but like actual waxing my head to make it like really shiny and polished. I won't need any ring lights. I'll just need to get like a mirror, and then just my head will reflect off the mirror, and then like back at me again. It'll be very entertaining. I want to add one more crate variation in here. Big box and small crates isn't really selling it for me. Barrels. I can do barrels. No red barrels, unfortunately, but grab the crate. That might not be a bad. 64, 64, okay. We'll make a barrel here. Add mesh cylinder. I'm gonna do 12. No, not 13. 12. Radius 64. Height irrelevant. Mr. Cleanstream. I request clear tubes with liquid in them. Ooh, I'm an idiot. This should be 64. The radius was 64. Big brain moments. You know what? That's not barrelly enough. I think I need to trim this down further. What happens if we -8? Well, that was the correct amount of 8, or incorrect amount of 8. What's 64 minus 8? 56 centimeters. Thank you. Alien experiment. There will be an alien tank. Spoilers. There will be an alien tank. And there's a biolab as well on the spaceship, so I'll have some clear tubes of mysterious liquid going in there. That's sort of also a major texturing thing. I'm an idiot. I need a command in chat whenever I do something wrong. Object apply, transform all. Modelings. We have the top and bottom here. I'm going to do a little inset. Ooh, 4 centimeters? 4 centimeters is like a bit much, but we'll go with that. Yeah, barrel. It may or may not be open. That may or may not already be a planned thing within the game. File export, props. Import barrel. This is the wrong way. Where's barrel? Barrel, right in the beginning. So what are you scrolling through the game dev stuff? Do you enjoy watching? Do you dabble in a little game dev yourself? Just stick one just there. Just there. Someone was moving it and then got bored and just left it there. There. We want over here. We'll make these stacked barrels. Just a little precariously offset. Like that. Little. Make it feel a little bit unsafe. Don't want that clipping. Do anything. There we go. Okay, we're upside down. Bet you didn't know you could do this. Wait, hold on. Back. Extend the camera. Okay. Imagine these are just barrels of spam used for rations during the exploration voyages. It's just crates of like packet sandwiches and then barrels of spam. Actually, I think I'm gonna have this one over here on its side. I need to. Okay. More drums than barrels. What do you think is bigger, a drum or a barrel? Bring in a human character and try and check the scale because these look a little small now. Think like an oil drum. Mobs. Static mesh. There we go. Yeah, that needs to be taller. That needs to be more just bigger. Let's make it 1.5. Let's make it a lot bigger. Actually, actually, maybe that. Excuse me. Oh, that's what I've got stuck in my head. Rasputin. Rasputin. How's the music, by the way? The background music doing well? Sounds like I was feeling about some emotional state. Or asking about its emotional state. Does the music feel good? Does it need a cookie? Be gone. I like that scale. We do need to move things around a bit now, though. Lower that back down just a tad. Actually, see how the clipping looks. So I don't want it just standing right on a point. Yeah, okay, that's good. That does look a bit better than if it's kind of floating on a point. Change some things here. Give that more space. Space. There are two barrels on top of each other somewhere, aren't there? Yeah. That's going to need to get moved up. Nice. That's okay. That's not. Excellent. I am going to grab some water, take a quick break, put up a bit of a BRB message. The absence of me should be indication. Just empty chair. BRB getting snacks and capitalized snacks again. Yep, I'll be back in a second. Gonna grab some water, maybe slice banana bread or something. See you guys. Actually, I'm gonna run some ads too. Just because I'm not gonna be here, and then pre-roll ads won't show up for whoever else hops in. Catch you guys in a bit. Guess what I have, chat? Banana bread. See it and weep. And my quad's cramping. Legs on Wednesday. I don't do quads a lot, which is probably stupid. But I started doing them. And they're feeling it. Okay. We are back. I'm getting a little chilly, so I'm gonna grab a jacket. BRB, alright, catch you in a bit. But by the by, thanks again for everyone watching. I do appreciate it. And to do the cringy thing, I'd also appreciate if you share this with your I don't know, your mother. Oh, your family and friends. There's this weird bald African dude streaming game development. He doesn't really know what he's doing, but sometimes he makes jokes. Sometimes he make a funny. Okay. Mm, Probably going to be changing this layout a bit because there are some sort of side quests and side exploration things I want to add. And I've planned it out for the storage, but till I actually get things in here and do some playtesting with that. I'm not exactly 100% sure how I want the layout to be. For now, I do want to have some stuff in these storage rooms, so I'm going to add those stuffs. Actually, now that I think about it, a fun variant I could add is a hollow or open one. So I do have, as you can see, a thing here. So I can hide one of this thing in one of the containers. I'm just going to quickly do that because that'll be very quick and easy to make. Drops. Large. Just duplicate that and have this create large open. Top tier asset naming. And then we'll just grab this and go yeehaw. Mm, Thinking about that. I should just do this. Should I just do this or should I add doors? Actually, I could add doors regardless. Duplicate this. Extrude by 4 and half it. Duplicate it. Welcome to my TED Talk. This needs to be moved in to 1, 2. There we go. Large props. Large props create large open. should look into USDs again. But I'm a bit of an old man and don't like change, so USDs scare me. Probably stick with FBXs. Now shouldn't be any collision on this, so I should be able to walk through it. We need to open those wide if I actually want it to be. So I can move through it, or move into it. I'm gonna kind of cheat and move it all the way. Can I get there? Excuse me. There we go. Yeah. Then we'll hide the mystery cube, the placeholder for what the real asset will be. We can hide that in there. Why is it hidden in there? Don't ask questions. It's weird. Should mind your own business. Kind of grabbing random ones and changing them up. The reasonable thing would just be to flip a bunch of these around and stick them against this wall. Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. Oh, actually, don't need to flip them around because they're already facing. Excuse me. No one asked you to come along. Have deep purple smoke on the water in my head, which I really have no idea where that came from. I haven't listened to deep purple in ages. Good song though. And I should, before this all gets out of control, gets more out of control, grab all these, throw them into a folder. I'll put them in props for now, but I'll probably refine that a bit more later. Correction, I should refine that a bit more later, but I probably won't, so I'll forget. I think it could be fun. Maybe fill one of these open crates, or these big open crates with smaller crates. Like Inception. Because everything that's inside another thing is an inception. Unlet. Let's see what's going on in here. Ooh. Can I get two of it? No, I don't think so. We get two of them side by side. It's fine. Get two of them long ways. Lengthways. Ooh, ooh, Nice. I'm just gonna grab some stacks. Just copy them over. Trying to make every stack and placement 100% unique isn't really worth it. A little bit in the way. Ah, and there. I'll grab these two. Okay, well, that worked again. Just not going to be covering up that. Really save all. Okay. Although, Unreal Engine's been pretty stable for me recently. Not too many crashes. Just always good. Triple stack barrel here. Actually, I have a bit of a pyramid stack. Something like that. Makes more sense. I don't know. Feels right. Okay, there we go. More yawns. Probably add the walls to this before I get too sidetracked. How big do I want the brig? I'm going to keep this size for now, I think. I feel like it's going to be too big, but worry about that later. Next is, let's do something easy or quick. Add some carpets again. Going to require a lot of redoing the floors. So I'm going to be deleting all of this. Actually, no, I don't have to delete all of this. I use the smarts. I just need to delete that. Move that over. And trim sheets? No, it wouldn't be there. Where did I put that? Probably in the wrong place. Yeah, red carpet. Oop. Red carpet, there we go. Nice and soft carpeted floors now. Oops. Now let's delete this. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to redo all this flooring over here. And really lay that in a way that's consistent with the walls. I think I just kind of need to delete everything. Actually, this should probably be fine. No, nope, I think I'll delete this too. If by L do you mean level design, I am in fact making level design. And welcome. Appreciate you hopping in. Currently, I'm actually making a mess for level design. Replacing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, do you mean level design? Okay, yeah. I am horrible with acronyms, which is, you can use them, just expect me to ask for clarification. But yeah, I'm doing a bit of level design. Changing this area here to carpet from original tiled floor here. Make it look a little cozier, kind of like what this. Oops. Kind of like this floor. Oh, I need piping too. Pipes. Shouldn't forget the pipes. What brings you here, Neelig? 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 We're going with Neelig for now. Um, what's your interest in game dev? Seems that like 90% of the people that at least I've encountered are themselves game dev hobbyists or indie devs. Ah, yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, I don't claim to be any expert, but I do have a formal education technically in game development, specifically the art side of things. I also do a few years of fooling around. So if you have any questions regarding things, feel free to ask. If you have any questions, keep them to yourself. No, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I don't know, I won't pretend and sell you a bunch of nonsense. Also, don't ask me anything about any engine other than Unreal, because I've dabbled a bit with Unity, but I really don't know anything about Unity other than how to import assets. I hear Godot is nice this time of year, but never been. Oh, right. Yeah, that needs to be replaced. What's your... What do you mean by making a game? Are you in a game, like game design program where you have to make a whole game yourself, or... Because my degree, we got assigned teams. And so we had a game design program that kind of ran parallel, and they were working on the coding and all that stuff, the game, the mechanics. Then they teamed us up with them, and we made the art assets. I did Godot first in Unity for now. That's an odd transition. Pretty much everyone I know that's using Godot came from Unity. I'm programming a game in a game. I am programming a card game battles. We have a game design and a team for the balancing. Nice. So it's a bit more of a fleshed out team then, by the sounds of it. I am also working on a card game, although that's below the side thing I'm helping a friend with. I don't have enough. I assume like TCG kind of card game. Was it like hardcore solitaire, deathmatch solitaire? Someone should make that. There's probably a market for that. Solitaire deathmatch. That probably explains why I haven't successfully released a game yet, because those are the kinds of ideas I come up with. Okay, yeah, quite. Not sure your Hearthstone type of game. Yeah, well, that's what the cop and I should do. Give the rest of the stuff its fallback. I've never actually played Bellatra. I've heard a lot about it. I hear it's a very much a number goes up, dopamine goes up kind of game. Research purpose, yeah. Yeah, I should probably play some. Well, actually, I'm just doing art, so it might not be necessary, but I should probably do a bit more research on TCGs. That can be a bit more helpful. It's interesting. I've more interest in making games. To do this, I can make this one. I have some interest, rather, I should say, in making certain types of games that I don't have an interest in playing. Sort of, I suppose, the fun with exploring different mechanics and how to implement them. Where are you doing your degree, if you don't mind saying? Or as I can maybe give away some information you don't want to, but I'm curious. I did my degree at Full Sail, well, online degree. I didn't do it at Full Sail. I know there are quite a few good institutions around the world. Paris. Ah, I know absolutely nothing about what the French universities are like. On campus studies, it seems like a lot of, well, not a lot, but it seems more common amongst, which makes sense, I suppose, more common amongst technology and entertainment media to do online or distance learning, depending on how you want to phrase it. Put this in here. Meh. Oop. Beep beep beep. I'm gonna move my phone so those vibrations might be heard somewhere. There we go. Yeah, this is not the most exciting thing I realize to watch at the moment. Fortunately, I do zone out of it too. So there's the restructuring. The actual level design is a bit more interesting, but this is sort of redoing some things. So I can adjust the textures and look of it and feel of it. Have a quick little walk through and see how this looks. Lag spike there for some reason. Ah, the stairs. Um, I need to keep that in mind. Maybe make the stairs a little narrower. Maybe if you want to see some of our work, we made a platform last month called High Squad. Hey, feel free to throw a link of that in chat, whether it be Steam or itch.io. Always welcome sharing your projects and portfolios or anything industry related. Yes. YouTube link. YouTube link should be fine. Yeah. Our itch is broken. I'm gonna have a look at that in a second. Open that up. I'm just gonna mute the tab so I don't have too much audio running around. I assume this is the trailer then. Yeah, trailer. Motion looks quite good. Is this meant for a phone? I assume. Are you kind of flicking the direction that you flying in? Yeah, for phone. Yeah, nice. Group of 12. Nice. A lot of screen effects. The art looks very nice. Got some good parallax there in the background. I tried making a 2D game once, but that project didn't go anywhere. You subscribe or subscribe to. Yeah, very cool. 2 months. That's pretty quick, but things do happen or can happen exponentially faster when you have a team behind you. And you said that's also part of your studies then. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know about how it was for you, but for us too, it was since Full Sail only hires people, industry vets, or people with at least 5 years industry experience. The teachers were also able to direct us in a lot of ways, which definitely sped things up too. Especially like if you're trying to figure it out yourself. It's nice. And we only made one project. We only worked on one project. I think it would have been beneficial if we did more. That iteration, learning how to work people and work in different scenarios and make different types of games would probably be helpful. But we only did one project or one game. I think maybe the game design students maybe did more than one, but the art students, us art students, we only did one. Fortunately, we had that on itch as well, but that got taken off a while ago. You kind of just regret not saving that project. It was like a top-down twin stick shooter, if I remember correctly. Playing with like a little Dalek, like Doctor Who Dalek type character, like Star Wars astromech droid kind of character, little turret. Did the modeling for a lot of that, and then some animations. Awkwardly doing things around here. Uh, those and replace them with one of these. Actually, I think this is a little bit cleaner than it was before. Nice clean geometry. And I think that is all the floors back again. Yes? Yes, perfect. A few more little adjustments here. Trim sheets. What we have here, basic white. Go. We'll swap this around. Side. There we go. That colored in. Get a little more interesting again with a bit more item placement. Where are we now? We're 3:22. Okay, so we still got quite a bit of time. Usually I start the stream at 1 PDT and ended at 4 PDT. It's now 3:20. But I think today I'll just kind of keep going, just as long as I want. I don't really need to hold strictly to that. I'll probably take a break for dinner and then come back again after dinner. Which actually makes me think, it's probably fairly late for you then, Neilage. I want to call you Neagle, like from Walking Dead for some reason. Neelig. If you're in France. What would that be? One? Geez, what is 1% daylight? Yeah, Pacific Daylight Time. So it's UTC 7 or -7. UTC -7. What's for you? It's 12. Assuming France is one time zone. Neelig is Gaelic. How's that pronounced? Can you write it phonetically? Is it a knee or is it an A? What was it doing right? Yeah, midnight. Well, at the moment it's midnight, but one would then be like 8. No. Now I think I want to work in here a bit. I haven't used a lot of this stuff. Might just kind of copy the basic floor layout that's over here. Remember that? But then obviously there's going to be a few different things. This is a robotics workshop, so but I do like the layout of these walls. I think I'll do that. Excuse me. Which days are you streaming? I am streaming. My intended schedule or planned schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. 1 PDT to 4 PDT, so 3 hours, which isn't very long. However, I do plan on streaming on, or I potentially will be streaming a few other days. So the schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but you can expect some random streams during the week, during the weekend. I was thinking maybe during the week doing some game streams. Try and build up the followers. Grab all this stuff. Also, the weekend streams, if I do stream, will almost certainly be a lot sooner, but no fixed time. So, actually, now that I think about it, will I do it sooner? Probably. Probably start in the morning. Grab that as well. Okay. Duplicate all of this. And then move it over to floor 3. Gonna fix some of these walls. Put them in the right folder. Move to walls. There we go. And then pillars. this over here. Hold on. Move these together. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, 16. Nope. Here we go. Good. Really giving this room a lot more life just by adding in some corners and stuff, and got some depth here with this grating. Got to add the floor grating next. Let's see where is that point there. Okay, that's good. You can work with this. I don't know why I say we when I stream. It's like I'm talking about the royal we. People ask the questions. I don't know why I said the royal we and then immediately went to like a SS interpret verb. Uh, yeah, that's nice and neat. Probably not going to be out of the way to do that. Might as well just, yeah, just going to do a long strip here. How about here? Yeah. Doesn't really matter what's happening there because that's not accessible anyway. No, that's wrong. That needs to be up there. There we go. Excuse me. Got a bit of a frog in my throat. Is that the correct word? Correct phrase? And we're done with the grating. Kind of like a copper piping happening. Copper piping happening. There we go. It's great. Just need to do that. Where's the spline of the spline mesh? Excuse me? Oh. Very nice. Really got so much more life to it with just a bit more depth. When things on the roof and not just on the floor. Ceiling. Things on the walls, things on the ceiling, things on the floor. These. Here we got that's gonna stop. Doors. Really had it without going all the way there. Excuse me. Maybe I'm gonna have them pivot off around here. Just sort of have them pivot off to the void. Over here, it's gonna be a bit awkward if I do it in there. That needs to keep going. Oh, I suppose it can. It'll fit. Pivoting off here. Yes. Disable. How long has the music not been playing? I don't know when I stopped that. Hey, Sky. Welcome back. I just realized the music has been muted for I don't know how long. Every time I went silent was deep silence. I'm still here noodling away at this. I'm definitely entering the sort of repetitive stage of things. Oh, a bunch of new models I probably still need to be making. I've got the security room here, I've got the armory, so there's some unique meshes that can go in there. I'm just doing sort of the repetitive stuff first, where I'm just using the modular and reusable assets as much as I can. coming along, looking nice. Much better than it did even Monday, I think. We need some corners. Let's grab these. Do you ever think of doing any streaming, Sky? Something you couldn't really be bothered with. I understand. Not anytime soon, yeah. No, fair enough. I'm just curious. It is an interesting thing trying to stream game development. So I kind of mentioned it before. Gonna stream when I'm like 80% done with the starting area. Yeah, I was thinking. I think we talked about this before. But one of the interesting things about game development is the fact that for streaming game development is that you can't show everything. You kind of need to be a bit strategic with what you stream. But you do want there to be some kind of, well, in most cases, probably not in every case, but in most cases, I feel that you do want to have some sort of discovery for players. You can't show everything on stream, or you kind of destroy that sense of discovery that people have when they play a new game for the first time. I think kind of going to be on the other side of where you are as soon as I'm like 80%. Well, you're saying the starting area, but when I'm like 80% done with the game, I'll probably stop streaming it. Maybe stream something else, but then, finish the game off stream so I'm not spoiling too much. And I do work on it off stream anyway, so that will help. Yeah, I'm kind of doing it in reverse. I do have a few scenes. Like something I should probably prioritize for next week is working on a few set scenes so I can take like nice high quality screenshots and then use those for a Steam page. I don't want like work in progress, like untextured meshes and stuff in the screenshots for the Steam page. Even though it is still in development, I don't want it to look like it's still in development, I suppose. If things change, that's fine, it's just as long as there's a fairly good representation of what the game's going to look like being shown. Yeah, I think I'll put up. She can. I'm pretty sure you can change the media and stuff you show. I'll probably put it up without a trailer initially. But I do want the screenshots there to look finished. Which is something I can start working on next week. And I've got a bit of a checklist for scenes I want. One of them is going to be in engineering, because this is where you start. I think it's probably a safe place to show what the screenshot cams are for. There it is. That'd be like one of the screenshots would be kind of there-ish. Now I've got a few staged directions. Okay, piping is looking good. Through here, go through that wall. It's got decent clearance over the grates. See it here, but yeah, I've got good clearance there as well. Here we got the carpeted area. So many things I really still need to do. Some particle effects for the environment, some decals, some audio. Audio is something that just is never in my thought process. But it's such an important thing, especially for any sort of horror experience. Good audio is very good. Very important. So I should make a note of that and start planning that out as well. But I think having a visual, something you can visually sell, is probably a good start. Thinking workbenches. Definitely need to update the textures on these. Maybe the mesh a little, but we'll start with workbenches. Stick them here. This wall. That's not centered. think also something I can add, even in the robotics room, down here, is a workstation. I'm going to place one of these with a workstation. I can seems like a logical thing to have, place to monitor any projects. Where are my chairs? There are my chairs. There we go. Seriously. Oh, let's see about this. Probably add these to the prop folder. Yeah, there we go. Three. I, for some reason, want to add one of these corner ones. That could be a good place. Lined up. Then I think tick over this. Oops, there we go. Tick over that side. Oh no. There we go. Bring that out a little bit. I think I should just go with this. I think so. Adding in all the office chairs or chairs. Another good addition here. I think I'm going to remove these workbenches for now. I'm quite happy with their placement. If this is going to be a maintenance room, then probably would be a good idea to have some tool closets and trolleys. Tool closet. There we go. I think that is a better use of that space, yeah. Yeah. That looks better than the workbenches. I think maybe have the workbenches in the middle. One of these big ones again. That maybe? Maybe set them off like that. Cart. Snapping ball. Not sure where to put it. I want to close to the workbench. Tuck it in like that. A little bit. Excuse me. Another 1 or 2. Actually, probably even number. I don't know. Feels right to have an even number, so I'll probably have. Another one's somewhere sort of rolled off to the side. That. I think. Gonna have this one tucked away, sort of stored in. There. Another one for this side, we can never have it a bit further off as if it got bumped or rolled away, so it's not quite in position anymore. Or just awkwardly obstructing the path like that. Maybe got bumped, rolled, and sort of bounced off here, the wall, something of that sort, then ended up there. I think this over here, sonic wrench, yeah, it's supposed to be a tool. I'll probably put this in the tool card. Seems like a logical way to do it. But there. For now, it have some kind of reason for its placement. Occasion. Another thing that can stick in here are some crates. And actually, now I think about it, it might not be a bad idea to have one of the barrels down in the robotics room. Use the argument that it is a barrel of oil or something of that sort, like mechanical oil. It makes sense to be down here. I have this one, and maybe place them. Yeah, adds a bit more variation in the room as well. And you're gonna have the mesh anyway, so. Right over here, I think we're gonna have a little tower of barrels. Slightly. Oh, put in the corner a bit more. A bit more in the corner. Like that. Excuse me. Lamps can have some monitors around as well, so let's add those. Oh, I clog up the walls too much. So here's probably a good place to have a monitor. Display, whatever I called them, monitors, yeah. Have one against this wall. To change them. Yeah, I think that's the height. Like task displays or whatever, showing for what active projects are, what are the active projects. I think trying to add an two extra tool closets here, and then trying to stick them on this wall is probably not a bad idea either. Rotation there. There we go. And then more crates. I think I'm going to move to this side so we already have the barrel tower over here. Try and balance the weight of the space. And add this one here. Four o'clock and been live for 4 hours. There we go. I'm losing a bit of steam. I don't know if that's been obvious with my going off my commentary. Not that I've been working that long, it's just today specifically didn't feel that energetic this morning. Then after the gym I felt pretty good and I quickly crashed again. Another fallen over crate, I think. There we go. Ooh, a little bit more of that environmental storytelling. So, because I said, so these are usually stationed here, so if someone bumped it, it rolled, smacked, bumped, do this one, and then this one was on top and it fell over. Maybe one more barrel. Squeeze that there in the corner. What's my camera doing? A little warm. Streamed. I had a second stream Wednesday, I think. Sort of bug out a little bit. Seems good now. There. Selecting. I'm happy with the space for now. There's a fairly big opening here, but it does make sense for transporting anything big. This would be your the main maintenance room. It is going to have more things coming out, opposed to the robotics room, which is a bit more specialized. You have the crane arm here. Should try and think of another place to reuse this, because it's kind of a neat asset, I think. Maybe have it in one of the science labs. You can have a robotic arm for handling stuff. Also make a wall variant. Glass. think next I'm gonna maybe work a bit more on these rooms here. Security room. As I've said, this is the brig. So let's start with the workstation. I think a corner desk might be a good idea. How that looks. Oh no. Snap. E2. Where it should be. We do something like that. Well, it feels a bit too wide. It's a bit of too narrow of a passage, that. Forward. Might feel a bit too tight again. Also, I'm not sure if you want the displays open to the brig. Someone in the brig is going, or someone going in another brig, they can turn around and see what's there. Maybe something like this. Place that with this. That seems a little better. You can have some benches there, there's like a couches here, there's a bit of a waiting room, waiting area. Grab this. Push that back just a little. Yep. I'll make a bit of a security gate. Should have made one already because there's another security room here, which also meant to put a security gate here. So let's Gate, security, secure. How do you spell security? Oh, that's right. Oops. Probably. But then I do have this awkward bit here. Although this is less awkward than trying to fill in that gap. But we'll play with that for a bit. Pick this on the right folder. Maybe it would be a bit better if I worked on the bottom floor here. It annoys me that it's trying to snap to a hidden mesh. Now I think make it like a kind of a holographic thing. And wait. I'm not sure if I want it to be sort of like a holographic thing. I haven't used any holographic things so far. Might be a bit of awkward. Technology shift. Yeah, GI. Might make it just sort of normal folding, moving gait. Add a little bit of physics to it. So for now, I'm going to do this. That feels right. Let's see what it looks like on the top floor. Actually, I think it's going to be better if it's this way. You kind of can go in there and go around the corner, so it makes more sense then. I just need to add a little extra thingamabob here. Don't think I have. Ooh, I know. Cool. Add a little half wall, and that should handle that. trying to think of how I want to handle the actual gate part now. If I need to, I can make it a actor and then have some simulation on it, so it's like a floppy, one of those floppy door things. But I'd like to avoid that. Try and keep it, you know, low tech. You don't want to have like gate doors that are just like open either. Force them into a set position like I did with the these, and they take up space. Because the thing, if I make them physics space, then I should be aware, should keep in mind they could bounce off things. Let's play around with that. I haven't done anything in blueprints for a bit. Maybe go into interactables, create a new blueprint here. Just a normal actor. Call this stack gate. Might be a way to do it not in blueprints. But I realize I've never done anything like this before, so we'll find out. Just for now, I'm going to quickly use the wall, half walls. Facsimile. Okay, so that's gonna be it. I just need to lock. Location needs to be along the blue. This is probably the X. Those rotations. Yeah, which is pitch. That's really gonna be it. Okay, it's still on there. Not. Simulating it all. Let's just unlock everything. I assume now that it would just drop. Doesn't, then it probably means I need to just the parent object or something. Yeah. That's not moving. Parent need to. Let me try this actually. Don't even need an actor. Solutions. Oh. There we go. Try to simulate physics. It is complex. Oh. Well. Why not have that? So not project default. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so it is stuck to that. Okay. I can just do it like that, then I don't need the actor. Add some Doors. Gates, rather. Alright, Sky. Appreciate you being here. I'll see you another day. Probably Monday. You enjoy your rest of your day or night. Gate. To adjust it just a little bit to make it a bit more forgiving on the edges. Yeah, we give it some space there to properly rotate. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Don't know why I didn't question that. Hmm, duplicate it. Let's make sure we can get everything here working. So, simulate physics is on. Mass start with 20 and then get a feel for how that is. Lock position, then lock all rotation axes but one. Okay. Looks working to me. Increase that to 50. See how that feels. And the rest of the stuff he escalated. That should look better, so I might going to duplicate this and then add collision to the post at the very least. Well, that didn't take long to break. It had some dampening or something of that sort. Mass. Angular dampening. Okay, there we go. I have no idea what. I don't know what the levels are. Let's start with 100. I assume 100 is not going to move at all. Okay, yeah, so it's not. So it says not going to keep swinging. Very much. Immediately. We'll take that on 50 maybe. The actual issue is that if I keep pushing it, we'll just go through. Okay, not. Okay, yeah. Just take this down to 20. I'm going to remove the mass from it, so that's what I was thinking the mass was going to do, but no mass and angular dampening. So that feels... Okay, yeah, never mind, I need that mass back. So I just sent that. I'll play with that a bit later, or a bit more, do check the docs. Documentation to see exactly how that's meant to work. Get those. Put these into props. Put that into props as well. Well, the walls have collision, so let me just quickly test, see how they function against the wall. This angle. It's buckle a little on the extreme, so I might pull back the collision from the post a bit more and rely on the geometry around the post. Stop it so that axis isn't getting torqued, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream there. Go out and grab dinner. Let me save this. I will be alive again, definitely Monday. I might hop on a bit later tonight. We'll see. No guarantee on that, but I do very much intend to stream again Monday. Roughly the same time, probably back on my normal schedule. Or not. I don't mind sort of the more relaxed, but as long as I try and get that window of 1 to 4, but I might stream start a little earlier and then end a little bit later, like today. Again, thank you everyone who hopped in. Thank you for all the lurkers. I